All right. So we got our old-fashioned, we got our setup. Looks like everything's good on OBS. So I guess we can get started here. Hello and welcome everybody to the next night of the Octoberthon kind of spooky marathon thing that I'm going on right now. Tonight we're going to be playing Onimusha, and we'll be playing kind of through the series over the course of it. Just kind of taking a look at different types of spooky games and kind of examining design decisions inside of them, what kind of works, what doesn't. Trying to have a little bit of fun along the way. Onimusha is also on the poll for me to be my 4th speed game that I'm going to be doing for my 4th Golden Challenge. The other two games that are in contention right now, actually, I believe, are Resident Evil 3 and Kid Dracula. Anyway, let's get started on this. So very much, this comes from a time in Capcom, kind of when the PS2 wasn't, I wouldn't say exactly new, but still a fairly early game in its library. Just very basic option select, make sure everything's good here. Actually, I'm probably going to raise up the brightness slightly. Oh wow, so the... Alright, so never mind. I forgot that for games like this it had no brightness tuning, you had to do it through your TV, so I'm an idiot. However, I am going to be screen adjusting because my TV cuts off like the left inch of the screen, so I'm going to move it over slightly. I'm also going to go ahead and make an adjustment to my capture, I think. Okay. So, yeah, pretty simple types of things as far as options go, nothing too big. Let's take a look at our controls. L1 guard, that's fine. R2 is our quick turn. R1's our draw weapon, which is through Resident Evil. Triangles are magic, which is fine. Zeros, or circle is absorb souls. OK is X. And square is attack. Now, I'm not seeing anything as far as running, so I'm guessing that that's fine as far as... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything as far as run is concerned, so that's kind of interesting. Also, the fact that it's not auto-defaulting you to analog is kind of odd, but I guess that'll make more sense as we continue to go on. Pause on select, start into subscreen, R3 for map, which I'm sure I'll be using quite a bit, as it's been over 10 years since I played this game, or really any true tank control game, so should be a blast, hoping to die a ton. But let's go ahead and start it up, shall we? So yeah, this kind of started at a time when Capcom was still riding that kind of survival horror glory, but they really wanted to try a little something different with this, and the Asian-inspired setting really helps out with it, I think. There's a lot of things in mythology that of the Far Eastern cultures that can kind of be adapted very quickly into it. And it's implemented fairly well, especially since obviously Capcom is a Japanese company. They have plenty of insight into how they would want to implement these types of things in a way that makes sense coming from their culture. And the game looks really good. I mean, obviously this is a pre-rendered cutscene, but the game itself looks extraordinarily good for the time that it came out. I remember being pretty astounded at the quality of production that was put into it. I remember controls being quite a bit more loose than in a Resident Evil style game. You have a lot more movement options, a lot more options that make you invulnerable, let's say. or just give you powerful tools against what you're about to fight, which makes plenty of sense, though, because in this game, obviously, you're working with melee combat. Good old Nobunaga Oda, who's very infamous from what I've gathered from, like, Japanese legend and media. I assume he kind of takes the sort of mythical and legendary status of somebody like Goemon. Or rather, the bandit that Goemon's modeled after. Where it's like his exploits are kind of... Yo, this lip sync, though. Whereas exploits are kind of well known, but there's also kind of like lots of myths and legends surrounding the man and his personal life. And I mean, coming from PlayStation 1, even making a scene like this at this frame rate is incredible. Like you really can't undersell just how big of a jump it was going from the PS1 to the PS2 as far as graphical capability and gameplay designs. A lot of people point out the change from cartridges to CDs, but I think the upgrade in hardware really sprang forth here. You know, the switch to DVDs obviously increased the media that could be stored on a single piece of... on a single disc, an extreme amount. But just the ability to pull off these things with a better processor and graphics capabilities is a pretty big thing. It's a good old Nobunaga Oda gets completely sniped. Yeah, this is coming at a pretty nice time in Capcom's kind of lineage. You know, this is when they were still making games that, even though this really pushed more action into the survival horror genre, as was kind of, you know, you had Resident Evil 2, which was still very much a survival horror game. Resident Evil 3, which is again still more survival horror, but pushed a little bit more towards action and gunplay. This is where it really starts... where you start to see Capcom pushing action more and more. And you'll see that continue through Resident Evil 4. And by the time it hits Resident Evil 5, the games are action games. They're no longer survival horror, and debatably not even horror games. But yeah, I'm expecting to get completely destroyed for a while because, yeah, not playing any tank control games in 10 years usually does not help your ability to play them. And there's certain slide puzzles that you have to complete in here in order to kind of progress the game or get power-ups. So let's hope I don't get stuck on those too much. But we'll at least be taking a look at the game, at least 2 hours worth. And we'll see where we get with that. Yo. Well, I don't know, are you dead yet? Can you say that again? Really, say that again? Oh, listen, I know there's monsters, but what's the name of your damn castle again? Okay, you're scared. Delicious. I mean... he's probably eating them too. Yeah. What? Man, fuck your dad and your brother, know what I'm saying? Yeah, damn straight. Nah, bitch. Oh, it was that hoe. Alright. Let's do it. Got it. Alright.
If our princess is at the keep, there are two ways to get there. The western path, or the northern passage.
I'll go north.
Man, I thought this was going to be wide open exploration. What if I wanted to go west? So something immediately that I should mention before I really start playing is that my TV is exceptionally dark compared to kind of anybody else's TV ever. So yeah, that's going to kind of mess up my ability to play this game somewhat. So it looks like you auto-run, which is interesting. Yeah, you can't even, like, walk. Okay. Okay, just kind of taking a look at things, seeing how they go. So you can actually swing immediately without even holding R1. Which is good. Get a basic 5-hit combo. I think I remember if you press like forward an attack, you get different moves. Yeah. So that's if I do forward an attack. And you can kind of get different abilities based on what direction you press at any given time. But holding R1 is kind of your modifier and to get you locked onto targets. L1 blocks. It'll also block immediately before doing anything, and then we got quick turn. Okay, so I think we're good. So yeah, fully expecting to get completely mauled, especially since I can't see anything, but, you know.
Princess Yuki.
Not entirely sure why they brought her here, but okay. Yeah, I'll need to figure out how to downward stab. I know when enemies are on the ground, you can stab down on them. You also have a kick that's pretty useful from what I remember. So one of the main combat mechanics in this game is the ability to kind of, like, give a death strike. So if you dodge and counterattack with certain timing, you can kill enemies with a single attack if they're kind of dorks, or do extra damage to bosses, I think.
It's really you. Oh, I knew that you would come to save me. I have missed you so much since you left the castle.
So you can already tell by that first fight how action-y this is. I love this type of setup, but I think it can get overdone very quickly. So they basically get into this fight and show that you are absolutely no match for this dude. Just get completely creamed. Some people like the idea of a Mega Man X where, you know, you kind of are allowed to fight and lose that way. I actually actively dislike this because it makes it seem like you can win, which, especially if you're talking about like an RPG, you could be spending resources trying to win a fight that you're never meant to win. This still effectively shows that the demons right now are way out of your league, and it gives no question in your mind how they managed to kill off like all the guards for the castle when they have monsters like this.
Wake up,
So from a design aspect, I enjoy this type of weak, or this type of weakness in your main character way more than losing in a battle. Another kind of interesting thing about this is there's no zero, for lack of a better term, to save your ass. No Mary Sue character that comes by and kills the guy for you that you're attempting to become.
Semenoske, defeat and seal their souls to your right hand.
And as you can see, we get a sweet little gauntlet. Because now we are the avatar of the ogres, basically. So this is actually an extremely cool effect. If you notice, the gauntlet itself has kind of a transparency applied to it. And that's a very peculiar specification that the PlayStation 2 has that I don't think any other system since has had. And it allows it to do things like transparencies, fog, smoke, much better than any other systems of the time, and perform exceptionally well with them.
The power of this gauntlet.
The reason why it's not really a big part of it is now with the way we make particle effects, it really doesn't matter as much. And on top of that, it's just something that doesn't get used a lot. It's something that you would only really kind of see the effect of when talking about, you know, fogged glass or fog or smoke, which are usually very small parts of games. As we get later into this, when I start playing Silent Hill 2, you'll really be able to kind of see the difference that that can make, though, in a game that's focused around these elements. Okay, so as you can see, when you kill things, you can absorb souls. Red just is your experience, blue is your magic power, and yellow is your vitality. Being able to get health off of enemies is probably one of the big things you need to push inside of this game. Getting magic can also make things exceptionally good. Something that, coming from a Resident Evil background like I did with my friend, that we really undersold was the ability to use magic. Magic in general is not extremely plentiful, but plentiful enough that you shouldn't be afraid that you're going to miss out on something if you use it. I also should note that we are indeed playing on the PlayStation 2 version of the game. There is a updated one that came out for the PS3 as a digital release. I don't know if it's a physical release, but it's an HD version of the game. We are not playing that. I've heard there is also a Xbox version of the game. So not really a lot happening right now. But it's very common for people coming from that Resident Evil background to only use the magic for things like bosses and save it up for that. But that's actually a mistake because you really want to kill things off before they even give a chance to damage you, because health is extremely precious in this game. Until you get used to the death strikes. I don't remember what they're exactly called. There we go. So these guys don't give a lot of experience, so missing out on that isn't a big deal. There are certain enemies that are integral to kill in order to kind of progress smoothly through the game.
Hurry! Monsters! Close the door now!
Someone is there.
Get him!
What a bunch of fucking ungrateful assholes. It's like they see me go in there.
killed all the monsters. He killed?
Huh?
What should we do?
You.
Ah! Sorry.
We are very sorry. Please forgive us.
What happened to you? They came out of nowhere and attacked us.
The keep may have also been attacked by them.
The keep is ahead of us that way?
Right. The forest road there is a shortcut to the keep.
I see.
I don't remember if these guys... I don't think these guys give you anything. Sometimes when you save soldiers in this game, which is something that's kind of added in, that's different from Resident Evil's, you're able to get access to items. Which is a pretty cool concept, honestly. I feel like I'm going backwards. I might be. Like, going backwards a lot, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, I actually missed a door. So that's okay. Once again, playing on a TV that's like 3 times darker than it should be. Yeah, so I couldn't even see this side path. See you later, nerds. Get that dick. There we go. But yeah, that ability to sidestep is kind of a major component of this game that you gotta get used to. Even when not fighting one-on-one, it's usually one of the better options that you have. And getting enemies on the ground is of the utmost importance. So this is the first time that you're introduced to this type of stuff. So you're introduced to these kind of messages, which later on will have kind of transcriptions in a different language. And you need to use the symbols therein in order to solve puzzles later on, which should be coming up fairly soon. Wow. Wow. Another thing that's kind of nice about this game is they tend to give you health a lot more frequently if you have been damaged by a fair amount. Now, this won't completely save you, but can be helpful. So here's an example of it, is you can start to see kind of translations. And pretty soon that's going to be used in a puzzle. So good old Samayo, letting you know that he's an idiot and not going to do anything to help. Except write stuff down. So we're introduced to our first major weapon, which is kind of like the lightning sword. And it's our balanced style weapon. I'd almost say it's even a little bit fast for a balanced style weapon, but it's just a replacement for your basic katana and tends to be pretty good in general. You'll notice we picked up an orb as well, and that will come into play pretty soon as to relevance. So here we are, we get the first main puzzle box. So the idea is that, as you can see in the upper left, I have 3 moves in order to get the puzzle pieces in line with one another and kind of solve the puzzle. Luckily, this one is fairly easy to do. So just go 1, and then you go 2, you go 3. Nice and simple. Gives you the rope ladder. And that's a crucial item to the game, so this really just kind of is forcing you to pay attention to these mechanics. So nice little magic jewel there. I can use that now if I want to. Can't remember if magic jewels also refill your magical power. So I think I'll hold on to that for now and find out if that is true or not. Okay, so here's our first kind of introduction to locked doors. We also have the enhance feature. So using the enhance feature, we can basically take all of our souls, which are essentially currency. I said they were experience, but I guess currency is a better way to think of them. You can upgrade certain items into other items, like herbs into medicine. You can also upgrade your sword and your orb. Upgrading your orb is necessary in order to unlock certain doors that are associated with your orb. Like right now, I can only open up level 1 blue doors. I would need to raise this up to level 2 to open up level 2 blue doors. Raising up your weapon enhances its power, enhances its special attack, things of that nature. So I only got 480. I think I'm just going to go ahead and put it into this for now. So very, very minuscule amount of things, but they want to do that on purpose so that you don't completely screw yourself. Chant the name of the demon. Okay, so I actually don't have this answer yet. But it's the Clan of Ogres. It's just we don't know what the translation is yet. I'm actually curious if I knew the answer, if it would still give it to me. But yeah, anyway. So as I mentioned, we have access to our first blue door. As for the music of this game, there are a few notable tracks inside of it, but they do try to go for a more ambient approach, very similar to the Resident Evil games. As you can see, there is a little bit in this fight, for example. Very important to try and chop down things as well in order to find hidden items. And as you can see, enemies can warp in kind of at any time. Ow. Oh, wow. Can I? Nope. Okay, so we learned our first important thing, which is you cannot actually menu when you're getting hit. I was thinking if I took a hit from him, I would just go ahead and pause it and use my herb. No big deal. So yeah, first death. But I wanted to try to... I need to get a feel for how long it takes me to swing, basically. And how much mobility I have in combat. See? Example of using that invincibility I was talking about earlier to as much effect as you can. Like, even though I didn't need the invincibility in order to kill off those guys, it definitely helps. So it looks like turning removes your soul-sucking ability as well. Wow. Just warps in, already hitting me. What a douche. Yeah, I think we're done here. So you can obviously farm things pretty heavily inside of this game, but that's not always the best option. Pretty sure that that area is locked off right now. So I think I'm supposed to go this way for now. Nice little Minotaur dude. Wow. Can I block? Thank you. Guess this would be a good time to find out if that magic jewel restores my mana or not. It does not. Okay. Huh. Wow. Guy just seriously throw his axe at me? So here's our introduction to another gate. Obviously there's a red weapon, so we gotta kind of work around that. Okay, what do we got here? I mean, I might as well see that this is locked. Yeah, barred. So, more evidence that this is really suited more towards an action type of title is that they're just pumping out more and more enemies, and the fact that they can give you health should be a good indicator of that as well. Wow. Can I... Okay, so it looks like I have 360 block, which was something that I was concerned about, actually. Alright. So here's our first introduction to kind of saving people inside of the game. And by saving this guy, we're able to talk to him, and he gives us an item. Which happens to be a herb in this case. So if you remember before, we did pick up a ladder, and that's going to allow us to climb into the section on the right there, but I'm going to look around a bit more. Marked with red ink. So yeah, it looks like we have to head in that direction for now. So you'll probably see me going into my map kind of at erratic times, and again, that's just making sure I'm not missing any paths. Okay, so we can't go ahead and do that yet. Medicine, very nice. So once again, seeing more of these red doors, just kind of indicating that you are going to be getting other weapons, which is fairly obvious, I would say, especially if you were actually paying attention to the, basic guide to the game. Something that a lot of people forget to do, it seems like, these days. Eventually I'll start rotating saves so I don't put myself in a pretty terrible position, but for now I'd say it's fine. Haven't used any equipment yet, so... Appropriately horrifying monster design, especially for a first boss. And you get that immediate revenge. Pretty cool. No QTE slowing down the action here either. Oh shoot. Oh wow. So you can't cancel out of... Okay, so overhead smash we can't get out of. I think this is a charge? Nope. Alright. Yo, the bump. Fairly obvious now also that he had no idea that you even had the power of the ogres. So nice little post-boss rub down there, giving you all of our stuff back, giving you a nice amount of experience. I guess red souls would be a more apt statement. Okay. So as you can see, the door is shattered here, giving us no way to get out of this room except to get the red weapon. So we have no choice but to kind of move on. So something else to note is, you notice the only ability that I couldn't really block might have been the shove, but the shove's only an issue if you're right up on him, and the overhead smash. And the overhead smash has a pretty long animation to it. So even though there is an obvious, like, kind of breaking the rules of the game, like you can block attacks, but not this one, it's made fairly evident to you fairly quickly, and it's reasonably easy to dodge as long as you're paying attention and not overcommitting on your attacks. So, helps out.
Sweet, beautiful, lovely, the dripping blood and what's this? Oh, a liver. What's that smell? Who's there? A human? How disappointing.
Face me, demon.
Who do you think you are talking to? I haven't seen one as foolish as you since that, Nobunaga.
Nobunaga?
I operated on and resurrected that pitiful Nobunaga after he was killed in Okihazuma. He then made a pact with the demons and pledged his eternal loyalty to serve us forever as our slave.
No!
Oh, yes, it is indeed true. Now, let me show you my most recent creation. Go, Renato! Fight the belly of that maggot and feast upon his bloody flesh!
Yeah. Obvious inspiration on kind of a Cthulhu mythos, but the Japanese also, I believe, had kind of squid-type demons as well. But now we get another enemy that kind of breaks your expectations, and that an enemy that can split and reform itself. So you got to be always very careful about where it's splitting into so that you can move effectively to kill both targets, or just be aware of where attacks are going to be coming from soon enough. Also, it makes your death blows a lot more powerful, because I believe a death blow on those octopi guys kills them permanently. So you don't have to worry about more of them popping up. So now we get our power style sword, which is our big, kind of Western style sword. It has a really good special move. I remember when I was playing this game, with the exception of the super powerful weapon that you don't get in normal play, I remember using this sword for a large amount of the game. That being said, it's important to kind of use all the weapons, not just to be able to open up gates and such, but also the fact that they all have their own individual magic meter. And that can be used to great effect as you get further and further in the game to kind of abuse invincibility animations against bosses. Another nice thing about this particular weapon is it has an AoE effect in a line, which later on you'll get an AoE effect on a weapon that is all around you. But a line is actually extremely effective, it turns out, in a game where the majority of places where you're fighting at are in tight hallways that are in a line. Like that. So now you're getting introduced to the demon sucker enemies, which I hope I remember how to kill these guys, because they are a bitch. And if they get too much time... what? Wow, I never knew they did that. Dude, are you real right now? Get off of me. Dude, this is horseshit. Dude, I've never seen these guys be this aggressive against me. Dude, and I can't hit him even because my attacks are too slow. Okay, well, I guess I'm just getting completely owned by these fucking shitty little idiots. And I can't even use my fucking special magic. There we go. Dick. There we go. So introducing you to those guys, which are easily some of the most frustrating enemies in the game. But they're also one of the best places in order to get access to more magic. As you could see, that was a boss spring from the boss to kind of show you the mechanic, but killing those guys tends to be a really great way to gain access to more and more magic. Or sorry, not magic, but souls as time goes on. So we're going to go ahead and fill this up, because I believe level 2 Shinden is coming up fairly quickly. Weapons, if I recall, go up to level 3, as do your kind of orb abilities. But besides that, I think I want to fill up the red sword. Because again, I remember the red sword being extremely good throughout the course of the game. To the point where I'm almost, like, I'm almost wanting to just continue to raise it up. Guess I can just hold on to it for a while, because it's not like that's going to be enough to be able to get the next set anyway. So I only used one herb. Not a big deal to me. See, I think I killed... Ah, I missed the last one. That was close. So you can even kind of funnel them in and use your fire magic to kind of destroy them. That being said, I'm going to run into, I think, more ectoplasms up here, which is kind of poor, since I don't really have magic to deal with them. And as you can see, considerably slower weapon. very important to hit them before they spin around and completely disappear, otherwise you lose all that experience. Or souls. I'm gonna say experience a lot. So, I'm just gonna kind of have to deal with that. Sorry. I think the ectoplasms kind of have a multiplier effect when they pick up stuff. I can't say that for 100% sure, but when I was paying attention to a speedrun that I had watched probably a few months ago, it seemed like that was the case. So now we're in the keep proper. And we're introduced to kind of the tanky guy, which are these samurais. And you definitely do not want to clash with them like that when there are multiple enemies afoot. There we go. I actually got the death blow there, I think. I don't know if it picked up on camera, but it flashed white. That's how you know you get it. But I will be back in just a moment, guys. Gonna refresh my drink. Alright, we are back. If you want to drink alone at home, feel free to do so. Drinking old fashions here. Very classical drink. And one of the ingredients for it, Angro Sutra bitters, are really, really expensive for how much you get. But so worth it if you are into that particular drink. So some other comments on the game in general. One of the things that I did notice playing through this game, multiple times when I was younger was that I mentioned how things like the ectoplasm seem to give you multipliers on the souls that they pick up. There's a vastly disproportionate amount of souls that are dropped between one enemy and another, which I guess it keeps you moving forward, which can be important to keep a player doing in a game like this. However, it also kind of cheapens certain encounters, which I don't fully agree with. I'd much rather have access to... I'd much rather be able to fight kind of what I want to gain experience. And at least not be punished that badly. I don't remember if there's a parry mechanic in this game. I don't think so. So immediately we get access to a level 2 door. So here's something to keep in mind too. This is another thing that I really wish they would have done for convenience sake, is you have to put on the sword in order to open up the door. It would have been much nicer if they just did a check to see if you had the ability on, and then let you in. But it happens. Once again, better to use your magic than lose it. Also, pulsing your kind of picking up souls is usually a good option as well. Which I'm trying to do here as much as I can. Using R1 just like in a Resident Evil game to kind of check to see if there is enemies in a room is also usually a good option. And can lead you to not dying as much, or at least get an idea that there is danger in the room that you're in. It's sometimes not the easiest thing to see, especially when your TV is awful. So as you can see, there's also like a variety of different people telling this story. The colored books come from the demon side of the story. There's also kind of the ogre side of the story, which is found inside the books that are labeled after Byaku Seiryu, the sacred animals, I guess. And then you have this monk's pupil that composes his own notes. So here we can kind of see a place that we're going to need all three of our different abilities in order to unlock. Obviously we cannot do that right now, but we can unlock two of them. And once we get the third, then we're going to get access to that underground area. But for now, that is just a dream to us, I guess. I'm actually really surprised that there is not analog support for this game. Like, I mentioned that before, but that's still really kind of amazing to me. This was kind of the time where people were trying to shoehorn in that type of mechanic as much as they could. Oh wow, so I can't block that. And I'm just too bad to block that. Alright. So let's not mess with this dude anymore. Again, much better to just use, like, burn the magic, keep your energy high. We have a nice little magic fountain there. Help us out. We get a keep map, which is always good. And we have 4 times of magic. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to save, and then see if we can get a level 3 weapon. Feels like that's probably our best option here. It doesn't look like we're going to have enough, but we'll get an idea of how much it'll take. So we need perhaps 2 more levels, I want to say, or we'll be able to fully do it. So something else you can do is just a casual playthrough of this game is when you ever do run into these magic pools, if you are missing magic on another weapon, you should fill it up on that as well, because, yeah, magic is extremely powerful in this game, if you hadn't figured it out already. Nice little cockroach dude. I don't remember what he does. Perhaps for later, I guess. I mean, I really should probably work out how to do death blows here, especially since I get access to magic as much as I want. So as you can see, there's ways that you can abuse the experience structure of the game, but, you know, that's kind of not the point. Yeah, I was trying to see if there's a parry mechanic. There we go. There's a critical attack. So critical attacks are important because they give you extra souls, and usually health, which is the most important thing.
Stop! Let me go!
Quiet!
No means no.
Stop! Huh?
Who are you? And what do you want with that boy?
I should ask you the same thing. You are not working for Saito clan, are you? Wait. Can you be Samanosuke Akechi? Yes, you are. I cannot believe you are here of all places. I am a servant of the Oda clan. My name is Tokichiro Kinoshita.
This man will eventually conquer the world under the name Hideyoshi Toyotomi.
What is a servant of the Oda clan doing here?
Wait, first we must talk business. Tell me, Samanosuke, are you interested in serving our clan? My Lord Nobunaga Oda would welcome a great samurai like yourself.
I serve no one. My life is mine and mine alone to command.
I'm like the wind, baby.
However,
Can't hold me down.
not yet. We shall meet again.
I love how there's no questioning that he was just, like, manhandling that small child. Just like, no, I don't want to be your samurai. Like, dude. That kid, was getting groped there. Don't want to mention anything about that, Samanosuke? That's another thing you can do, is kind of like ready yourself going into rooms. Yeah, desperation will make you do crazy things. Like eat people, apparently. Oh, I'm actually surprised. I would have thought there'd be a little bit more to this room than that. Perhaps there is. Alright, well. Wow. So once again, just making a trade. Making trades is super important in this game for resources. Honestly, I'm probably using the lock-on a bit aggressively, now that I think about it. Could be the issue.
Samanosuke, is there something you wanted to ask this young man?
Do not be afraid.
No! You want to hurt me like that other samurai did.
That is not true. Please, tell me your name.
I'm Yumamaru.
Yumimaru.
You are Yumamaru, and you have a huge bald spot. At least that's what it looks like.
Why should I know?
Fine, then why are you here? Who brought you here?
Nice job, Kaede. Great D.
Go after him.
Mido would be proud.
I will.
God damn it. Nice herb. Okay, what do we have here? We got a door there, and we got a door here. Actually, we got stairs. I think I'm gonna go up the stairs first. I don't quite remember what fluorite does. I think it's a collectible of some type, but I just have no idea off the top of my head. I guess I could check my inventory next. But yeah, getting these big guys off their feet is pretty nice. As far as finishing them off effectively. Oh, god damn it. I keep holding R1 thinking that that's enough, and it obviously is not. Yeah, that uppercut I remember being quite good as well. Just little kind of visions that you get playing an old game. Oh man. Yeah, I can't really help those guys without the bow, so... yeah. As you can see, I'm killing things much faster as well now. So I don't even know if this is actually going to work or not, running back from this far. But I can give it a try. Obviously, I've gone through quite a few rooms. Yep. So basically I needed access to the bow in order to shoot those guys so that I could save them, and I just didn't have it. So tough shit for them, I guess. Okay, so... Actually could have went either way. Oh yeah, I meant to check what fluorite does. Automatically will work when needed. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember fluorite as just being a collectible that, like, activates some unlockable. I know there's kind of a gauntlet that you can do at the end of the game that's used in order to get massive amounts of souls and also to access the best weapon in the game. Wow. Huh. Okay, so I guess they have revenge attacks. It's news to me. Power Jewel, nice. I'm guessing that that raises my health. Yep. Yeah, I thought you had to, like, cut that or something. Unlike in many other games, they do, I would say, a commendable job of hiding things in the background in this game. It's not absurdly good, but it's good enough, shall we say. With the exception of barriers. Barriers are kind of easy to spot. Trick treasure box. Okay, so I get 5 attempts, or 5 rests. Okay, so... So I definitely need to get 1 over there. Damn. Alright, let's try this again. Shoot, okay. I think this is right. I think this is right. I think that's not right. Okay. And I just completely boobarred it again. This is... Alright, let's try not to mess this up again. Okay. Now I guess I get now I guess I get to actually think about this. Alright, so 5 and 6 need to go over there. I guess I could just reverse it. Probably be a good way of thinking about it. Okay, so that locks off 6, actually, while keeping 4 there, so that's not what we want to do. So something closer to this, I guess? Yeah. So I guess the goal would just be to get the corners taken care of first. And there's our bow, which we should have gotten to begin with in order to save those guys, but we did not. So tough shit for us. I do remember we need a ladder for this section. As to where we get the ladder, I'm not really sure. So yeah, that's kind of our next goal, I guess, is to find a ladder. We also need to start raising up to level 2 on our flame sword, I guess. What's up, dude? Apparently nothing, because... Are you kidding me? Okay, we got just the one door. So more normal arrows to work with. Really wanting us to use these normal arrows. Actually, I saw a chain there. Okay, just part of the background. So now it's forcing us to get the level 2 red magic. So a big part of this game also is just knowing what doors you're going to have to unlock coming up. So even though we have our level 2, or our 2 to be able to raise up our Inryu up, we really need to raise Cohen. I actually don't think 2 is enough. So I'm wondering if we get level 3 on our weapon just so that we can farm more effectively. Which might be the most reasonable solution. Yeah, but we're not going to get enough, I think, out of this, so yeah, it's probably better to just raise it. And we actually did have enough. Okay, so about 2 is what you need in order to raise from a 1 to a 2. I'll have to keep that in mind for the next orb that we're going to get. We'll also have to backtrack to the other door with the tube at some point. One nice thing about this game, though, is in general, it doesn't really... How would I put it? You don't really get locked out of places of the keep, which is nice.
Identity. He is the son of a farmer.
What?
4 years ago, his parents were killed at war. Princess Yuki found him lying alone and brought him to the castle.
I see.
And I also heard that Princess Yuki raised him as if he were her own brother.
So he stole his way into the castle to save Princess Yuki. Why then is Tokuchiro after Yumaro?
Something seems to be going on. What?
Slow reaction speed. Very important.
We must find a way out.
Also, what's very important is having over-elaborate traps in order to trap people, but then giving them a way out of it using simple levers. Very, very important you do this when you're designing your keeps. Something cool about Kaede, she has sweet backflips. Which, if I can get it to trigger. Is it X? No. Oh, man, how do you do sweet backflips? Oh, I guess she doesn't have the ability to attack right now for this part. Which is, I guess, fine. I believe it's the right one. Yeah, right one's progress. Which we do not want, because we want to pick up that treasure chest. Ow. Got the golden armor. Nice. So apparently we have this armor, but we can't use it. There we go. That's how we do it. I remember this thing because that took me forever to find out on my first playthrough. That you had to light those candles using the fire sword. Because up until this point, you didn't have any interaction like that exactly in this game. Which was extremely frustrating the first time that I played it. It's a cool effect, though. It's just... if it had... like, I feel like if they gave you just a little bit more... to let you understand. Okay, I remember you can do this in like 2 moves. But I don't remember which 2 moves. That one completely locks her off of everything but that. I think it's this one, I want to say. And then... this one? And then... maybe this one? Yeah, I obviously don't remember everything. Oh wait, can't you stand back on the same one, I think? Yeah. So this was one of the tricks of it. Was realizing that you didn't actually have to move. You could just constantly go on and off the same ones. Which is kind of stupid, but, you know, whatever. It also makes very little sense, seeing as how they're making the assumption that you couldn't just jump a scant 3 feet, maybe. Which is rather silly, but whatever. Puzzles.
I wonder what this room is.
Okay, so I'm expecting to die here a few times.
Samanosuke,
Cause, yeah.
are you alright?
I seem to be trapped.
Is there a way you can get out of there?
I mean, all of these seem just completely overblown. Like, you'd need a water supply and some type of reservoir to be able to put the water in there. Somehow they have to airtight that capsule. I mean, why don't you just kill the person? It seems so much easier to do that. Rest of the Saito clan in the center. Okay. So... okay, I have to hold it. That's the problem. Shoot. Shoot. There we go. I thought I remembered that being a lot more stricter on time. But hey, we were victorious on the first attempt, which is nice. So anything happening in here? Stairway. Nice shrine. Tab on the wall, will you pull it? Sure. I also get the feeling that I missed an item underneath that staircase.
Fine.
But whatever. We'll just have to live with our mistakes. Probably just a fluorite or something. Alright, so we get another puzzle. Well, I guess puzzle's the wrong way to put this particular thing. It's more like find the thing to open the thing to get the stuff. Very survival horror. Hmm. Nice power jewel. Hmm. I thought that there was an opening there. Like that I could cut through rather than a turning door. Nice right crest piece. Red book, nice. Oops. So I didn't mean to completely skip that, sorry. So let's go ahead and go back into that. So basically it's just saying all the conquerors of days past, Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great and stuff, basically had the support of demons. What's up, dude? Hook me up. You hooked me up with arrows. I hope you die. Hmm. Nah, I'm actually chewing on ice. Sorry about that. I didn't think it would get caught up by the mic from that far. Yes, ice. Clearly not bones. Never bones. You'd have to be crazy to eat skeletons. You know, what type of sick individual would do that? Alright, so we got another crest piece, so we're ready to go to the next place. Actually surprised I haven't run into that ladder yet. There we go. So you'll notice it kind of stands out that it's something that you can cut, but not really. So this guy's just becoming more and more fucking crazy as time goes on. You know, at first he's like this dutiful student to the monk, and then he like kind of is a big huge coward and runs away and neglects his duty, and then, you know, he just gets all crazy and starts eating the remains of the people that the demons leave, and Now he's like found his fetish for demon birth. Cool guy. Super cool guy. Alright. So once again, having to go into the menu is kind of annoying. Definitely worse things, I guess, but still kind of silly that after all this time they didn't learn that using just a normal OK mechanic when you have a key should be implemented. Something that I just very much noticed recently is playing through the game right now, I'm thinking to myself, like, man, I really gotta shape up my combat if I'm gonna make it through this in a timely fashion. And that's kind of a good feeling to get as a player, like, and to push as a designer. The idea that if you're gonna make it through this, you are gonna have to get better at the mechanics of the game, whether you like it or not. Or you're going to have to pay a heavy price in reloads or in kind of consumables. So you get this idea that, like, because these fights aren't the easiest, especially at the beginning of the game, you really are incentivized to become good at the combat systems that are available in the game.
With her own blood, and when our Lord Nobunaga drinks it, the victory of the Oda clan over the Saito clan will be guaranteed. Ah! See you again, Samanosuke.
So once again, just kind of chopping around here, seeing what I can uncover. Actually kind of surprised that there's nothing immediately available. So that's where I came from. Excuse me? Huh. Interesting, considering the folding screens were choppable on that side. Not on this side, though. So the Gauntlet of the Ogres, so that's one of the chests that we had at the beginning of the game. So when we do double back and reach kind of the main keep again, when we're going through that one door that headed north, we'll be able to pick up those two chests that we passed up to begin with. Oh. Yeah, the funny part, I just barely remembered that that happened right as he was coming through the screen, so I was just like, oh, I guess I'm getting hit. More arrows. Arrows become more relevant later, but to be honest, arrows never really become that important. There is a boss that's going to come later on where you're kind of required to use ranged attacks in a casual setting, but that's not going to be for some time. Wow. What a dick. So here we see our first green door. Very easily symbolizing that we are going to be getting our next weapon very soon. So I remember this is kind of the gatekeeper boss. This boss is going to be the boss where you really start to realize if you're getting the concepts of combat in this game or if you're not, because if you aren't, you're going to get killed quite a few times against him. Not a huge fan of this storytelling device where you get bits and pieces of the letter, by the way. I understand that it's used for a... It's used, obviously, for the purposes of the puzzles. The puzzle blocks. But at the same time, it's not... I feel like you could have easily structured the puzzle in a different way. Or just kept even the puzzle box with the sliding tiles. Or even just add, like, a door in front of it if you want to make it a progression-based thing. Like, we don't want you to gain access to these abilities too early. Well, if that's the case, then just kind of lock them away. So I'm torn between if I want to try to start raising this up to level 2, or if I want to raise my next weapon up to level 2 key first. I think I want to raise this up as much as I can. And then I will end up bringing it up to level 3, and then I'll work on my level 2 green key. After that, I'm not 100% sure what the next key is that I'm going to need, so I guess I'll have to pay attention to that. But yeah, if you know how to fight, then this boss shouldn't destroy you too badly. If you don't, then you're going to get fucking destroyed, which is probably what's going to happen to me, because like I said, I don't feel like I'm grasping the concept of battle as much as I should. This guy's being a super jerk. I also know that you can hit this guy and kill him without breaking his shield, but that's also exceptionally unlikely. Shoot. I was actually really surprised that I was able to block that. Damn. There we go. So yeah, basically spamming your magic out, getting in a few good hits. Having upgraded weapons helps, obviously. But had I not been moving around or paying more attention, easily could have died in that fight. And I still could have, with the amount of damage that I took. But luckily we did not. So this weapon, super simple, just does a massive AoE around you. This is your quick style weapon as well, as you can see. Pretty glad with how that fight went. Didn't use any healing items. And we're going to get our level 3 Enryu here, and we'll start working on our level 2 Arashi, which is our green gem. So now we've maxed out our blade, which is very helpful. I think the next thing I'm going to do, since we're going to be using Enryu more than anything else, our broadsword, I think I'm going to raise my gate keys first, and then start raising my weapons with what's left. So we'll go ahead and start working on Arashi. And as I mentioned, just kind of, if you're playing this casually, cycling through your weapons is one of the best things that you can do. By the way, this is your placeholder for the super secret sword, so if and when you do unlock it, that's where you can get it from. There's also a third armor that you can get. I don't remember where that is, but I think it's near the end of the game. So I definitely shouldn't have equipped my broadsword, though, because I'm going to have to put on Arashi anyway here.
My sister. Please save her.
Don't worry. You're safe now.
Please. You have to save her.
I give you my word. I will save Princess Yuki. Kaede, do you know why Princess Yuki took care of this boy? Princess Yuki was born the daughter of a feudal lord, and thus raised for an arranged marriage. She has had no freedom whatsoever. So when she meets someone else who's in need, she wants to help them. In this world, only the strong survive.
There's something that I kind of disagree with as far as storytelling for this game.
Let me tell you about the ways of the world, Yamamoto.
The world?
I understand that there is, like, kind of documentation outside of the game that you can read,
4 years ago,
but they don't do a really great... They don't do anything to really push the storyline and background between Princess Yuki and Samanosuke that well. It's only very lightly touched upon. And even Samanosuke's journeys as a wanderer, he's trying to talk about them here, but you never particularly get that he's kind of a well-worn figure, like a veteran of the world. You just get that he's this idea of an honorable warrior and beholden to no man. So you get the idea that he's a free spirit, but the idea that he is out there seeing the world and everything is not really pushed as much. He's not as worldly of a man as you would think. And that's only really pushed here, I think.
Help!
Who are you?
My name is Nui. I serve Princess Hatsu. Princess Yuki is underground. Oh!
You all right? Kaede, we have little time. I have to find Princess Yuki. You watch over these two.
I will.
Alright, so we end up back here. And since I'm headed back to the front, I could actually just use my magic here to finish these goons off, but not a big deal, I guess. So now that we're backtracking a bit, we'll be able to unlock some stuff. Stuff and things. Very important. So I'm getting shot at, which makes me think that I'm probably going to get hit here. Okay. Nice. So arrows are fairly powerful, but they're not nearly as good as any of your other weapons. Their main use is to take care of archers, as you just saw there, and archers seem to have a lot less health comparatively to anything else. Getting a nice little herb there, just to be able to heal if necessary. I'm actually going to hold off slightly on, ooh, nice, a Kemi blow. I think that's what they're called. Whatever. Figure out at some point, right? Oh, interesting. I would have thought that that thing would have sucked him up. Alright, so since these guys aren't really going to do too much to us, we're just going to kind of move through. Okay. I was curious how the menuing could work in this. So it looks like you have to equip and then press start to get out of it. So we're going back slightly so that we can pick up this chest, for example. At the name of the clan that has been subverted by the demons. Clan of the Ogre, so let's say A with a dot, cross, square, and dot. Shoot. Oh, square with a dot. Okay. There we go. Nice little power jewel. And we'll need to find the other one. So as I mentioned, main goal here, raise Arashi to level 2. And then from there, work on getting level 3 with... Actually, I'll probably hold off on level 3 for a while, because I don't know exactly which one I'm supposed to use. Like, which is the first level 3 that shows up. Okay, question is... Like I said, I don't remember where exactly the... other chest was. I think it's down in the burial chambers. Oh, what's up, buddy? Oh. Oh. I'm like sitting here trying to use my magic. Oh man, I love this. It is unlikely he is alive. What, the mummified monk that's been motionless ever since I moved his little crypt there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead. Seems like a pretty safe assumption there, buddy. By the way, totally possible that I'm headed the wrong way here. To what I'm trying to do. And it would appear that I am correct in stating that. Okay, not a big deal. But it does mean that we're going to have to kind of hunt down that other chest. Which is a bit annoying. I need to remember that R2 is my quick turn. Probably help a lot. Oh, we've checked most of the other places, so... guess the only place left would be near the ogre. Sorry, the first boss of the game. Don't know what his exact name is. Fat armored tooth guy. Good enough. Okay, we have not gotten access to the next area either. I'm just gonna skip these guys, wait until they get big enemies, and then kill them off. As again, it seems like they're the best avenue I have to experience. Nice, a Kemi blow. Nice Akemi blow. So yeah, it looks like it's not a dodge. It looks like maybe right before they attack, you hit them. So it's almost like an attacking parry, I guess. Which is cool. I can dig it. Wow. That is really annoying, how those guys can just appear. Please? Wow. Never came into range for me to hit him. I guess I should have pulled out my bow. I guess is what they were going for. Okay. I was like, why isn't he absorbing those? Stabbing these guys another big advantage. Once again, they don't split. Shoot. Alright, well, nothing in here. Gotta be near this area. Okay, what do we have? Oh, right, there is a save point near here, so maybe that's what it wants me to do. Equipment. Gauntlet of Ogres, so... square with vertical, so square, vertical, cross, dot. Cross, dot. Oh. There's square, vertical. Cross, and dot. Nice power jewel. So now we're ready to kind of continue on with the game. Make a quick save. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, I think I'm overusing R1 is one of my main problems. I'm so used to having to use it for things like Resident Evil where you're kind of forced to target things in order to hit them. But in this game you really can just kind of swing, and as long they're in, or as long as the enemies are in your threatened arc, you can get away with a lot of stuff. Wow, jerks. Were we able to get past here? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Well, in order to get to the next area, we need to take this left path. However, before we do that, I think I'm going to fill up my magic. Okay, Arashi's the only thing I need to have. It's kind of annoying that we had to use some magic there, but whatever. I don't think one Arashi is going to make the difference. Please get out of my way. Please get out of my way. Please get out of my way, stupid vines. So obviously, like, the design of the areas in this game is exceptionally good. Like, obviously they're still pre-rendered backgrounds that you get from any Resident Evil style game, but they look nice and they really fit this style of, how would I put it? they really fit kind of the Japanese theme extremely well. This got carried over into other games as well, things like Fatal Frame and such, that really try to push this Japanese motif on horror by using their type of ancient architecture, which, with its kind of exaggerated features, especially for a Western audience, has a really nice horror effect to it. You know, and those are things that are oft overlooked, I think, when you're talking about creating horror type of elements. A huge part of horror is creating things that are familiar, yet they almost offend your senses, if it makes sense. Like, your brain expects something to be a certain way, and it is not. And that's when you start to feel uneasy about things. And even a particular style of architecture can do that, by exaggerating things like height, stretching things out, moving away from symmetry, things of that nature. Creating jagged edges, things that create an imposing atmosphere. So it's a lot more than just slapping fog and reducing light. You can do a lot of the things with just the setting itself. Man, those demons with their X-ray vision that sees organs, somehow. Some more things where, I believe it's the, I forget his name, but basically the mad scientist demon. Just really kind of talking about his thoughts and trying to push the demon species to new heights by understanding the dark ceremony itself, and in general, like, why humans are able to do the things that they can, and yet demons don't get the exact same effect. And, you know, nice spooky concept. Scientists are spooky people with their weird experiments. Make a demon scientist, way spookier. It's almost spook overload. Something at the bottom, but you can't reach it right now. Huh. Yo. Nothing to cut in here? Seems unlikely. There we go. Keep underground map. There we go. So I remember one of the things we're looking for right now is kind of a ceremonial bell that we'll use to dismiss those spirits that were in front of that spooky door. Rosary of Calm. Sure. I guess that's the thing. This is another kind of very typical horror trick that a lot of companies use as well, is the idea of adding organic nature to something inorganic, like this spraying of gore and just general organic material about the Keep Castle. It doesn't always have to be blood, but, you know, anything that looks like it might be growing or alive as part of the structure that you're in, when it's supposed to be, obviously, just an inanimate place. Just very slight, simple tricks that can play on a player's imagination. I should keep in mind also that I'm just talking about, like, spooky games in general. Like, creating an aspect of horror or uneasiness doesn't necessarily need to equate to jump scares or even people feeling actively afraid of what's happening. Even something as simple as just... Oh, wow, that sucked. So, this could blow. Wow. Yeah, you know what? We're not going to take a chance because it's been a while since I've saved. So, yeah. We're going to do this. And this. It's really silly because I shouldn't have gotten hit once, but I was trying to see if I could backstep through it. And it turns out that if you tap, then it doesn't give you a full backstep, so that was my fault. My fault entirely. So what do we have here? We got a Rosary of Calm, lets you hear the deceased, and a Purifier Bell, which is what we needed. Like, there's overwhelming sense of dread, like you would get in a game like Silent Hill. And then there's something like Resident Evil, which makes you afraid that you're going to run out of resources. And then there's just an uneasiness that you might not be prepared for what is to come ahead, which is, I think, what this game tries to push more and more. Because the enemies tend to be a lot more difficult than you'd find in a typical survival horror game up to this point. It makes you feel like you really have to hone your skills in order to survive. So while you're not getting starved on resources necessarily, you feel like starved on ability, if that makes any sense. You strive to get more ability, you know, the greater skill to be able to overcome the challenges. It's like overwhelming dread isn't necessary. Unease. Not feeling like you're comfortable in the place that you're in. These are the things that are necessary, and to varying degrees. You know, you don't have to completely destroy any sense of safety at all in your player, which is why things like save rooms and comic relief are important. That being said, you don't want to turn your entire game into a joke, so... You know, there's obviously a delicate balance there. Look at these weird-ass fucking test vials with samurais in them. Like, just in medieval Japan. I understand that demons apparently have much better technology than we do, but it's still kind of odd to see this built underneath a major castle in Japan. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Actually, what should I want to go into? I guess this is fine. Oh, locked. So I guess the stripes indicate ink. So... Right. You'll notice also, it seems like when you're fighting multiples of these guys also, they tend to not turn into multiples of themselves as often. Feels like a deliberate design choice. So it should be pretty obvious that if you desired, you could actually obtain enough experience to be able to max out all of your items pretty easily. So at that point it becomes a matter of if you want to increase the power of your items, like the usable items, turn your herbs into, what's it called? Into medicine, things of that nature. I'm actually wondering also if cutting them in half is a function of how strong your weapon is also that you're using, which is very possible. Nice Akemi blow. So now that I have that kind of rosary of communication, I can talk to spirits of dead things here. Which is how you kind of figure out little secrets and backstory. Apocalypse 1. Dark Ceremony is a traditional holy ritual in the Dark Realm. Through the ceremony, demons make a contract with a human. Obtaining sacrifices by making a contract is indispensable for the demon or for the Dark Realm. To carry out the Dark Ceremony, a woman that is born of the land and noble in heart must be proffered as a sacrifice. Our king sanctifies her blood with an evil blessing, then using her skull as a grail, the person drinks the blood and blah 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 blah. Which is way more words than were left inside of that. Main thing is, people be dead, and that's the main thing you need to know. So 4's over there. Which means, I guess I could do like... Okay, I need to get 4 over there, which means I should probably do something like that. And like that. Man, blue key coming up in the world. Also random fluorite grab. So now that I have level 3 magic, it looks like I can one-shot those guys, which is nice. And this guy's a complete dick. Sometimes it's even good to let these guys get multiplied. Because if you're running low on magic or something, you can kind of use them. Where was our blue door? Our blue door was back one. Let's go take care of that. What's up, Ronaldo? Ronaldo's my homeboy. We hang out. He uses his squid arms to do, I don't know, stuff. Gets all the babes. He goes to anime conventions, he's very big there.
Still no interest in coming to work for the Oda clan?
For the last time, no!
I tried my best to help you. You just do not understand the true power of the demons. The time has come! Demons, prepare for the Dark Ceremony!
Fucking Sith lightning, so powerful, even in Japan.
Samanosuke, did you find anything?
No, I just got zapped by lightning. Psych!
What are you doing? Let go of me!
Ugh! Remember that self-defense move, people.
Samanosuke?
Crane beak strike straight to the baby maker.
You are not experienced enough, are you?
Samanosuke literally going to hell. Some hard times, brother. You get sucked into a hellish vortex. Leave her alive, you know, whatever. Clearly could kill her easily. But, you know, video game, I guess.
Yumemaru, where are you?
Absolutely zero reason why they would keep her alive. Okay, so now you get to play as Kaede, which is kind of cool because kind of different from a lot of Resident Evil games. They changed this in 3. So in Resident Evil 3... Actually, that's not entirely true. So in Resident Evil 2, you had Ada, who had a gun that you could use. Resident Evil 3, you had Carlos. In this game, you have Kaede. However, since you don't need to worry about ammo, she feels like a more fleshed-out combat character. She doesn't have all the options that Samanosuke has. Like, she doesn't have access to real magic. But she has a lot of agile moves. Like, you can see she has a backflip that's actually really fast. But she moves fairly quickly as well. I believe she also has a flip attack, which I'm not exactly sure how it works. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. But yeah, she has a flip attack that flips her over enemies. Pretty cool. Allows you to bypass fighting some enemies as well. Anyway, let's continue on.
Are you alright? What happened?
Monsters from West Prison.
Sorry about that. Tap the mic. So as you can see, Kaede gets access to the red key, which we will use to make our way through the rest of this part. So where's our red doors? We have a red door over there outside. I think this is where we're supposed to go first. But we need to get access to a demon-slaying weapon, because this old knife ain't gonna cut it. It just isn't. Ow. Oh shoot. I almost got hit there. I was trying to quick turn. So there is a blue door in this area, but we won't be able to access that until later. There we go. There's our flip move. Just want to run past that dude. Ooh. What's up, cockroach dude? He is ignoring you. What a jerk. Kind of nice thing, Kaede even has her own theme, which is kind of cool. Nice flip attack kill. I think this is just a small crow's nest. Nothing to get up here. However, this guy gives you an important item. So you'll notice that those boards actually block the arrows on my approach as well, which is important. She also has a fairly quick stab on the ground compared to Samanosuke. At least it feels that way. Kunai weapon. Not that one. Chasm of Dimensions. So triangle right. So so horizontal, cross, A. And A. Nice magic jewel. I believe magic jewels get saved for when you pick up Samanosuke again. Like, I don't think I can use that if I go into it now. Yeah. Nice gear. Must be a way to open it, huh? Okay. Alright, so we're missing a thing to do with stuff. Silver and gold things. Gotcha. Let's find us some silver and gold things. Okay. Just came from there, so actually we missed a door in the upper ladder. And that's literally the only other place we have to go, so bad on me. That's what I get for my TV. Nice despawn on the enemies, though. Yeah, I just completely missed that door. Nice west area map. Yeah, this is where you really start to realize how good Kick is, by the way, is when you start playing as Kaede, because she really doesn't have the best abilities to be able to deal with the demon's attacks. But really, really important that you get rid of enemies as soon as possible, and the best way to do that is with kicking. This thing needs to stop, like now. There we go. And there's our gold plate. And there's our release. Like, imagine, like, just the amount of shit you would have to go through to get this basic key to to reach one part of this fort. It's incredible. You know what's a pretty good way to hide your keys to reach secret areas? Put them in other places that need keys. And, you know, put those keys places that, you know, are on people, or in other places that need keys, or not just on anybody. Lots of ways that you could do this whole key thing without it being completely absurd. But once again, video games. I mean, this isn't even like the Resident Evil setup, where it's like, there's this eccentric, old, crazy guy that has all of these crazy puzzles in his house and secret passages. Because he's nuts and eccentric and stuff. Like, this is a feudal fort meant to house people and troops. Like, there's no reason for these types of things to exist. But they do. Okay, so let's see. I don't have a red key. That's pretty much the only thing I have left. Well, let's see what we can do here. Well, there's no way. There's got to be something in here, because we used a gear to get in here. So, what am I supposed to be getting in here? It couldn't have been just that. If it was just that, then, wow. It's pretty sad. Alright, so I guess gear puzzle was useless. Okay, what have we done? We already did everything that's inside of that room, which is where we found the gold one. We can go this way? No. We can go this way. Alright. Red door, which is locked to us. Ladder. Yeah, there's like a second door here, I guess, right? That door. Oh, that's the door that's upstairs that it's pointing out. Right? Yeah, that's the one that's upstairs. Okay. So I think that's all we can do in this area. Okay, and that's going to be the silver door. So what am I missing here? Like, I know I'm supposed to have 2 plates. But as to where that other plate is, don't know. I don't think I missed anything. As far as, like, a door or something in a room. Obviously, I'm going to find out not too soon from now that that is not true in any capacity. But one can dream, right? Okay, can't use it there. Oh, I have both of them. Interesting. Okay, that's gold. Where did I pick up? Oh, right. So I found... Okay. Never mind. I'm just completely an idiot and wasn't paying attention. So yeah, the gear led to the silver plate. Which was... Yeah, okay. Whatever. Whatever, we're done. Time to get this magical blade of magicalness. By the way, this building is on fire, and it almost definitely has been on fire for quite some time. It's, yeah, not what you want to see happening. Shoot. Can't believe I did that. Like, I had it. I just didn't press over one more time. There's our sacred knife. So now we get a weapon that's a little bit better for Kaede. Again, it's never going to be as good as the ones that Samanosuke has, but that's not the point. She's a tertiary character. She's just meant to kick a little bit of ass, not kick all the ass. Very cool looking weapon, though, even for your kind of side character. And they give you a few dudes to kind of test out your new weapon on. Something else to keep in mind with Kaede is that she doesn't get the ability to absorb souls, so she doesn't get the ability to heal herself outside of actually using herbs or medicine. Which is something that you kind of got to keep in mind. Quite relevant. So now we have access to the Knif. Not 100% sure these fires hurt me or not, but I don't think I really want to find out either. So, yeah. You notice that this is a fairly expansive section as well compared to, say, Samanosuke's. Or not to Samanosuke's, but to Ada's or Carlos's, which are fairly short sections.
Wait a moment. I will help you out.
You are Kaede?
The funny part is you almost learn more about Kaede than you do Samanosuke from her interaction with Yuki here.
Wrote to me that he journeys with a female ninja, Kaede.
So, you are...
If only I could leave the castle and see the world with Samanosuke.
Princess Yuki.
I envy you.
You can go.
Forget about me. Escape from this castle with Samanosuke.
Do not give up, Your Highness. I will save you.
No, you won't.
What?
Snatched? See you later, bitch.
You can die here alone.
Princess Yuki! Princess Yuki!
Snatched, your dumb ass. Question is, was he always there in the shadows, or... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I think it's shared between characters, so I think I just want to use the herb. Dang it. Damn. Uh-oh. Alright. So, yeah, let's just play lame. Just lame it out super hard with defense. Nice.
Have to tell him.
Have to tell him. Excellent voice acting. Just blurt out your lines as fast as possible. By the way, nice cool detail is that the ogre eye blinks. You see that a couple times in the game, but it's obviously very prominent in this scene and at the very beginning of the game as well. So knowing that, hey, you know what, you might have spent a lot of medicine or herbs on Kaede, they give you a nice medicine there. Which is kind of a preliminary boss fountain. The gauntlet has been enhanced. So let's go ahead and see if we can work on getting our Shinden all the way up. It's gonna be close. Oh man, not quite enough. But that'll happen once we beat this next boss coming up. So now we get to meet Doppelganger 10. There is no Doppelganger 40. Unfortunately, we forgot the stopwatch for this fight, so we're going to have to do this somewhat legit. So one of the really nice things about having the holy armor in this fight is you don't have to worry about... You don't have to worry about losing Samanosuke at all. Like, obviously it's not that big of a concern because, well... I mean, let's be honest here. You have the Ogre Gauntlet on. You have, obviously, a different set of weapons than he does. And screw you. Can I block at all? Thank you. Wow. They just do not want to let me use my abilities at all. There we go. Once again, magic spam is your friend in this game. You'll notice it's kind of giving me magic back through blocking these as well. And I might as well go ahead and heal just so that I don't need to worry about stupid stuff happening. Like dying. There we go. So what that fight is supposed to teach you is how to dodge and counterattack. But yeah, it really doesn't teach you that effectively, just because, as you could see, I could kind of lame him out and raise my magic meter and then abuse magic against him. So I haven't played Onimusha 2 and 3, and those are slated to be games that are on this kind of marathon. I'm very, very interested in general to find out if they made an adjustment to magic in that respect to make it a little less abusive. I would 100% not be surprised if that is the case, because right now it is ridiculous. Nice use of, or nice accidental use of magic there, by the way. So as I mentioned, get a ladder going up just a little bit later than I thought. So we have the evil plate now. Trying to remember where exactly we're supposed to go with that evil plate. Also trying to remember if there was anything else that I could unlock. I think I can. If I were to head this way, correct? Yeah.
So you have made it this far.
So another big trick, deformations of things that are pretty usual, in this case a human. Insectoid forms tend to be pretty good as far as inciting fear in people. A lot of people are scared of insects. And in general, they're just, again, they assail what you think should be normal. You know, people are used to looking at people, or dogs, or cats that are bipedal or quadrupedal. You know, once you get an insect that has like 6 or more limbs, wings, that are kind of nasty, like these forms deviate so much from humans that they kind of incite uneasiness in us.
Samanosuke, what is this?
I love how her first solution is to throw something at the obviously magical, dangerous shit.
Let's separate and find a way.
I believe this is the halfway point of the game as well. Which means that if I'm going to finish this up tonight, I'm going to have to hurry the shit up. Alright, what's next? So I guess we can refresh our magic in the room next to here. We did get access to our key. So I want to say the red key? Red key or blue key? What did we get? We should raise our magic also. We got the... We got the red and blue key. Okay. We kind of opened up the map to everything. Can also return to where we found basically the section with what's her name, Kaede. Going to that section will allow us to get that 3-pronged red door, or the level 3 red door.
Hey, do not be afraid. I have information that may help. Hey, won't you go to the Dark Realm? There is no guarantee you will live. But if you do, great rewards await you.
No thank you.
Okay. See you soon.
So that's how you get to the Dark Realm, and as I mentioned, it's kind of a gauntlet in which if you pass all of it, then you can get access to good items, lots of experience, lots of treasure, all that good stuff. In general, become a huge, strong guy. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is go back to that prison area that Kaede was in. So I wonder if we went into the other area as well. We did not. Well, I guess we kinda did. Guess that would be worthwhile to check out. There we go. What's up, insect bros? Okay, Grand Waterfall in the East Garden. Locked gate to the north of the keep. Okay. Gotcha. So that's probably what the 3 red door is the Castellan sword. But I suppose we will find that out. Ow. What's up, bro? What are you giving me? Better be something good. Burst bullets. Yeah, not so good. Especially since I don't have the matchlock yet. But once you get that matchlock... So one of the big things that gets talked about a lot is creating guns that feel like they have a real impact when you use them. And one of the best metrics that you can use if your SP or if your FPS game or your survival horror game is shit is how good does it feel to shoot the shotgun. And I feel like the matchlock kind of suits that same design area here along with magic. And both magic and the matchlock feel great to shoot. Like, the sound that it has, the recoil that you have, the effect that it does. Just great design. But you gotta expect that with how much effort that they put into shotguns and how much experience Capcom has with this genre to begin with. They have a real way of capturing weight behind blows, impact, things of this nature. And that's something that can often be overlooked. One of the main things that I cite when talking about the Lords of Shadow series that I feel is a major misstep of it is so often the moves, well, they have a great feeling of weight, but the actual effect of them seems very small. Like, it doesn't feel like it has quite the oomph that the blows indicate. Okay, so I need to find the head in order to open up this door. So yeah, so we need to find the head so that we can open up this door so we can get the Castellan. At least that's what it seems like. Nice fluorite. I need to check real quick to see if there's anything in here. I do not remember if there was anything we kind of missed out on in this area. I don't think there was. Yeah, it does not appear so. It seemed like a big part of optimizing this game as well when I was watching the speedrun was just knowing which enemies to kill and how to kill them in order to obtain the soul energy that you need. And there's actually a surprising amount of it with only a small amount of farming required. Now this will be an interesting test. Okay, so it looks like after you filled up the one, or the weapon that you have on, when you come to a soul fountain, it fills up all your other weapons as well. Which is good to note. Let's go ahead and enhance. Alright, not quite at where we need for the Arashi, but that's alright. We'll get that soon enough. So nice little environmental hazard here. I really feel like they could have implemented more of these. These little, you know, environmental hazards that you could use to your advantage. There's kind of one in every survival horror of Resident Evil. In RE3, they pushed it a lot more with the explosive barrels. But I really wish they would implement it in more places in survival horror. At least in this part. Obviously, as you went further and further into the history of it, you know, as you get into Resident Evil 4 and 5, there's all types of explosive barrels all over the place that you can use. But not just like explosive barrels. You know, I wish that there was a greater density of things you could kind of interact with in the environment that were interesting. This is a big boss dude. But once again, as long as you're paying attention and you have enough magic, this guy is not too big of an issue. What's more important is getting rid of these dudes as quickly as you can. Once you get rid of the ads, boss becomes considerably easier. Ugh, that was bad of me. Oh wow, so he has a 360 swipe after that. It's actually pretty brutal. But too bad I can just destroy him with magic abuse. Remember, use your magic, kids. It's super good. Literally sandbagging the ancient structure. Decorated sword, which means that there's going to be two things that I need to get. Yeah, once you get access to your full magic loadout, it's not impossible to die, but you're very advantaged, let's put it that way. Alright. So now we got our level 2 or level 3 Arashi, so all of our keys are maxed out. So now it's just kind of whatever we feel like getting from this point on. Herbs into medicine is a good choice. As is raising our weapons, because even though we don't really use them, we still might pop them in here and there. I think I really want to raise our herbs, though. Yeah. Just go ahead and give us the most healing power available to us. I also think I'm more likely to use Ryzan in any given situation. So we'll do that. We are saving a lot, but screw it, we're not trying to get a perfect score on this. Hence why we're not going into the Dark Realm or anything. Not a huge problem. Was there anything to do here? That was the double plates. Yeah, I actually don't think I needed to do anything here. You know, what I did need to do is go over here and kill these nerds, I guess. I literally cannot see this guy. I am fighting against a ghost right now. But I sensed his murderous intent and just went for it and managed to get a critical. Which is pretty cool, I guess. Alright, nice matchlock. That is definitely something that I could get more used to, though. Is using the quick turn. I have been neglecting that quite a bit. Yeah, I remember having a lot of trouble figuring out how you're supposed to fatal blow these guys. Is that spirit gonna suck those up? There we go. Wow. Never mind. I didn't think he was gonna disappear that quickly. Wow. I wonder if you need to be locked on in order to do the special attack. So I could go back and totally lame out getting more magic from inside, but I'm not going to do that for now. Hmm. Oh. Let's go back in there. Okay, I'm supposed to use a bow, I think. Oops. Wait, what? This wasn't what I was supposed to do? There we go. Kind of annoying that they didn't let me auto-aim. But whatever. See, I remember little things here and there. Well worth it to get bullets, by the way. Bullets are absurdly better than arrows, from what I remember. And a nice talisman. What is talisman? Fully recover your vitality if fatally wounded. So it's like a Phoenix Down. Auto-res. Whatever you want to call it. Definitely worth getting. So I'm actually going to go this way, and hopefully I can run past these guys. I really don't want to deal with them. I think this is locked. Huh. Yeah, just wanted to verify it. Dude. These ninja special forces. How does one deal with such mastery? Straight out of Raccoon City. Ninjas with night goggles. Huh. Okay. Anytime you want to do the move I am telling you to do, there we go. Yeah, this game actually wants you to mash, by the way, which is kind of surprising to me. Oh, shoot. You know what, let's just not even mess with this. Let's just wreck this kid. Be done with it. Did I kill him with the... Okay. I was gonna say, did I just kill that guy up top with the lightning attack? Okay, level 3 Arashi. Ow. Nice magic jewel. So the question is do I go back down and go through the Arashi door, or do I continue to go up? I think I continue to go up. Never mind, it would appear that up was progression, which is obviously a mistake, always. Never go forward, ever. Knock him off the cliff. Never to be seen again. The floret. I feel like I'm supposed to ring this bell. Although I guess I don't really know that for sure. Either that or maybe this was just a bunch of power-ups. Power-ups are good. Okay, that's where we need to lockpick again. Wow. Alright. Another one of you dudes? Okay, let's see if I can kill you a little quicker this time. Much better. Okay, what else do we got here? So that's the door that we came from. This is the door that we can go to. Wow, we didn't get jumped by ninjas. Surprise. So if you remember, they mentioned earlier that there is a secret stash that is behind the waterfall. Okay. Slider puzzle, 9 goes at the bottom. If I go 1... If I rotate it like that, what happens? 9 goes to the bottom, and then when I rotate 7 over, then 9 will go there. Let's just play around with it. So, go there. There, there, yeah. Great armor. Nice. So I could have lured that guy across the bridge and made him fall to his death, but fuck that. Let's just kill him. Why would I use babby strats when I can just chop things to pieces? So I think we enhanced to burst bullets. I think for the boss coming up, I actually want some fire arrow. Oh wow, you only get 1? Okay. I'm gonna do 10 fire arrows. Because I remember the next boss is kind of annoying if you don't bring enough firepower to it. Burst bullets would probably help as well. But at the same time, I really do want to raise my other weapons to make sure that I do as much damage as possible when I need to use them. That should be good enough. Nice fluorite. Nice boat with confirmation, letting you know that once you board this, you are screwed. So don't be too concerned, because pretty soon from now, I'm going to show them my boomstick. They're not going to like it. However, before I show them my boomstick, I'm going to magic spam the boss, because that way, when they drop magic from them, I'll be able to absorb it and use it effectively. So Kaede has to deal with the actual hard things. A little trick that I do remember from the speedrun is flipping over those guys. I don't know why they choose to flip over those guys. I guess it's just very slightly faster. Apocalypse number 2. Our Demon King was born in the confusion when the earth was created and has lived in the deepest and darkest places underground. All demons are created by the Demon King. The Demon King shows his holy snake-like body only when and where the ceremony takes place. No one knows what he usually does. Demons, remember, no one can disobey the Demon King. The holiest spirit of the Demon King is the one you have to learn from. Shoutouts to the Demon King, I guess. Shoutouts to entering rooms with an herb, also. Okay. Do I need to enter anywhere else? Don't think so. So definitely 100% better to just run with Kaede when you can, because she doesn't gain experience anyway, so kind of what's the point? I'm just guarding, yeah, because I fucking knew it. Like, I was like, I know the minute that I stop guarding, I'm just gonna get hit. So, like, I might as well just never stop guarding. Actually, don't need to save here. Since there's no longer a boat there, no reason to go down there. More normal arrows. Completely useless to Kaede. Okay, anything else happening here? A green Arashi door, right? Nothing really dropping. There we go. Okay, so... Marked with green ink. Okay, so not an Arashi door, but a green door. Okay, so not really much happening up there. Guess I could make a save here. I did get through Kaede's section, so... Sucks that I had to use a medicine, but whatever. I think this is the last Kaede section. Ow. Fucking jerks. Okay, so we need the fake arrow. Which is over here. So basic Resident Evil puzzle. There's an item on a pressure switch. You need to find another item that's basically exactly the same. Or else you're gonna get locked into the room or trigger a trap. Any number of other things. Pretty standard stuff as far as Capcom survival horror games. I'm trying to decide if kind of sticking with certain tropes like that was a positive choice for Capcom or a negative one. I think when you're considering this more of an action game, it probably was to their benefit to create puzzles like this to keep the focus still more on action and less on puzzle solving, so you didn't get bogged down in things. It's another reason why, in general, these slider puzzles tend to be fairly simplistic, it seems like. Okay, so... Okay, we're gonna need to get 2 over there somehow. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. And then... we need to get 2 into this, even. So, what's our best way to get 2 into here? Something like this, I think? Yeah. There we go. I promise I'm not looking at guides or anything. It's just, like, once you've done a couple of these puzzles, you kind of get an idea of what the game designers are trying to do with them. And slider puzzles in general. I tend to I don't want to say excel at, but I tend to pick them up pretty quickly. Especially when there's only a limited amount of moves that you can do. And eventually you can almost just do trial and error and make it work. So we take Great Arrow, and Tiny Dragon Claw closes off door. Obviously magic. Because, yeah, doesn't really feel like that particular Dragon Claw would be able to hold or keep you away from just lifting the latch back up. So either magic or a secondary latch, not a big deal. Okay, where was our green door at? It was back. So let's go back. Okay, I think it was in this section. Oops. What the hell? Oh. Duh, I was going in the wrong direction. Ow. Okay, I think that's the explosive boat. So we'll go ahead and take this one instead. So like I said, I think that's the less Kaede scenario that we need to do. Now it's just all about bossing things with magic with Samanosuke. He's just been having this stare down with these insects for like 30 minutes. That's how I choose to believe it happened. Not that these two events occurred simultaneously. But Samanosuke's just been on this standoff with these giant bugs. So I don't remember your lightning sword doing so well in this fight just because your enemy is in the air. Flame sword is okay because it does have a projection that goes upward. I don't know if your uppercut with the broadsword can hit.
You are so impressive for a mere human. But you are late. Our dark ceremony is starting. Yumaru will be sacrificed in front of Princess Yuki.
No!
Princess Yuki cherishes Yumaru. If he is sacrificed in front of her, her sorrow will peak, making her blood its most delicious and strongest. Granting our Lord Nobunaga more power when he drinks it.
That is why you took them? You will suffer for that!
Now, my dear baby, consume that humanoid at once.
Alright. So hopefully we do well in this fight. Wow. So after 2 I ran out. That is problematic. Actually, I think... Is she low enough? Yes, okay. So yeah. You bring her down like that, then you can go ahead and hit her with Shinden. So yeah, this is kind of Arashi's time to shine. Alright, time for the matchlock. Let's blast some fools. Man, just listen to that sound. You can just feel the impact on it. By the way, this is like an automatic matchlock, I'd like to point out. This is my boomstick.
I ignited the gunpowder.
Once again, just extremely good cutscenes. Both with the in-game models and the FMVs. Kaboom, yo. So I think we only have one or two more bosses. I think two more.
Kaede. Hang on, Kaede. Rest here for a while. This nightmare must end. Now! Princess Yuki, Imimaru, will save you.
Once again, back to this kind of safe room. I'm trying to remember what I just got that allows me to continue. I guess I got the green key, but I didn't get anything for that. Got the great bow. Yeah, I really didn't get anything that kind of indicates where I'm supposed to go next. At least not that I was noticing. So I guess we look at the map. well, first thing we should do is we should get some magic. So let's do that and make a save. Just mess up this nerd real quick. So, yeah, I think we want to raise this up to level 2 or anything else. Oh, I had just enough burst bullets to be able to kill off the boss. It's kind of nice. So once I get a couple more levels, I'll be turning those herbs into medicines. I think that's my most efficient use once again, since I'm not really using the other weapons to attack with. Pretty nice. Okay, where can I go? So if I go to the west area map, there is nothing, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like I did everything there. Keep underground. Oh, right, I have the items now to undo the seal, right? So I guess I go back here. I make a left. Wait, guess not. Where do I go then? How did I get to the Keep Underground? Probably going the super wrong way. Where would I be going? Whatever. I'll just keep moving. I'll figure it out eventually, right? Wow. Alright, I guess we're just stuck here for a sec. Okay, so that whole section's locked off. If I go upstairs and then down, I think that's locked off from me as well. I guess I could check. I suppose backtracking's not a huge problem either, because maybe I missed something along the way. This should be locked to me. It is. Yeah, all this feels off. Nice. And this place isn't going to be opened up. Wait, what is it? Kind of weird. It has like a camera position change there. It's unfortunate that we kind of went the wrong way here, but that's alright. Like I said, we shall discover the right way soon enough. And that was just where we found the other matchlock, I believe, so... Actually, was that where we found the matchlock? I better back, just in case. Yeah, that was where we found the matchlock. Interesting design choice not to keep the monsters kind of in the same area. Or change the monster location based on what door you entered or left from. Not sure how I really feel about it. I mean, it's convenient for the player when they're coming out of a door not to just be completely destroyed by a guy. But you would think that they would keep the same enemies, just alter their position perhaps a little bit. But that's not really what they did, so... Oh no. I wonder if there was a kind of thought process behind that other than just not trying to be dicks. Yeah, I really don't think there's anything inside the shrine portion, so... Just gonna go back in here, try to find our way. Like I said, I thought it was in that side area, but I guess not. Wow. It's pretty annoying. So now that we have a couple levels, first things that we should do is probably raise our herbs into medicine. And we'll just continue to work on our swords as we can. God damn it. Okay, that door's useless. This door, not so much. Okay. So this is where we should have went, I guess. And now we have the great arrow and the great bow, which I think is what we're supposed to use. There we go. It's a great bow, and it is a great arrow.
You pathetic human, wow. Impressive you've come this far, but ultimately futile since your journey ends here. Only demons can enter.
You. Why don't you go back to playing with your worthless little toys? I have no time for you.
What did you say? How dare you? A mere human mock me? Fine then. It's time for you to fight my greatest creation! Come on, Shirley!
Marcellus Wallace, he ain't no bitch. What's up, son? You ready to get poured out with magic? Ow. All right. Nice and easy. And we even got some medicine. So I believe that this right here is where you pick up the ultimate stuff if you manage to go through all the way to the bottom of the Dark Realm. But since I didn't do that, I don't have it. I really don't care too much, so we're not going to do with that. Not going to worry about it too much. So because we only have one level, we're just going to go ahead and make a save, I guess. I should remember to race or to kind of recycle my saves now. Or not recycle my saves, but cycle my saves. That way, if I want to get the special weapon, I can. And I can always, you know, do other stuff. If I wanted to do a specific speedrun of this game, where I have, like, the best stuff available. Because I think you can carry over the best weapon. I could be completely wrong about that, though. It's very likely that I am. But that weapon is pretty awesome. Get out of my way, thank you. Nice double medicine. That is what we call a boss fountain, kids. Giving you plenty of restoratives before you have to fight a boss.
No!
In this case, the final boss. So we should have plenty of power to be able to deal with this as long as he doesn't wombo combo us out. Oh man, look, Iga's in this game. How did he show up in medieval horror Japan?
Stop! Even if I die, I will destroy you!
That lip sync is pretty atrocious. Ugh. Damn it. Can I please just move? Be real nice. I'm sure you guys heard that mashing. Wow. Ow. Alright, well, let's go ahead and just completely put this guy away. Maybe put a little bit of style on this, I guess. Let's just shoot him a bunch. A bunch. Wonder if this is even hurting him. Can I move? I literally could not move. Just cool stuff. Okay. Ow. Yeah, I'm completely full on, like, resources, though. It's gonna be very difficult for him to kill me. I'm just curious if this is even doing damage. You know, after that many attacks, I'm just gonna say it's not. Or at least it's not doing an appreciable enough damage to be worth it. Ow. Yo, anytime this nerd feels like stopping, be pretty nice. At this point, it almost might have been more time efficient to just go into the Dark Realm and get access to the special sword. Okay. Of course. It's okay, though. We got our sweet revival thing. There we go. It's game, boys. So in general, the places where this game tends to fail for me is in the characterization. like character development in general tends to be fairly weak in this game, which it doesn't need to be great, but it would have been nicer to learn a little bit more about Samanosuke, especially his connection to Princess Yuki in-game. Also would have been nicer to get more of the motivation of the scientist guy, or get a fight with him in particular, but I guess, you know, that might show up in a later Onimusha game. Another place that's kind of off, I think, is they really could have pushed Nobunaga a little bit more, given him a bit more screen time. They really pushed Toshiro or whatever, but it's... I really think that having Oda as an actual antagonist would have made more sense in this respect. Even a fight at the end to kind of cap things off. You really only see him at the beginning of the game when he takes an arrow to the neck and dies. And once again at the very end when he's, you know, kind of descending the staircase, but that really doesn't do anything for you. Like, you don't get any closure on that angle. So, for the purpose of getting closure in the game, it does a really poor job of it. But as far as actual gameplay and what the game is trying to accomplish, which is being kind of a survival horror with an action tinge, in a vastly different setting than survival horror up to that point had been in, when you're talking about like Melee and medieval Japan, or feudal Japan. I think it's feudal Japan. There's a couple of different eras. I don't know which one this is, specifically, off the top of my head.
The demon's ambitions were shattered
but yeah.
Samanosuke and his friends. However, when Yoshitatsu Saito died the following year, his feeble-minded son, Tatsuoki, became the Lord. At that time, Oda's army returned to Mino province and conquered the Inabayama castle, putting an end to the history of the Saito family. However, it is unknown as to whether demons were involved. After the downfall of the Saito family, Princess Yuki went to stay with a family friend, the Baron in Sakai province. His name? Sokyu Imai.
Her feet are super tiny.
However,
They were bound super hard.
She would leave. With Sokyu's blessing, she left in a ship to see the world.
She contracted scurvy and died.
Samanosuke's advice, Yumemaru accompanied her on this journey.
He died, also of scurvy.
Kaede desperately searched for the missing Samanosuke, but never found him. In the following year, Mitsuhide Akechi employed her as his agent. She continued her job until she died 14 years later in a war at Yamazaki province.
From syphilis.
As for Samanosuke, no one knows what happened to him.
He died super hard when Nobunaga came down there. And he had no armor and no weapon. Anyway, so that's Onimusha Warlords. Keiji Inafune as the producer. Very interesting choice on there. Obviously, the producer doesn't necessarily have much to do with the production, but when you're talking about people that are well-known directors and designers, even when they are producers, they tend to have a hand in a lot of the design decisions. Or at least carry some weight in that regard. So yeah. So how does Onimusha 1 kind of stack up after all these years? I'd say pretty well. I'm not a huge guy when it comes to giving out like 5 out of 5s, but this game is either a 4 out of 5 or maybe even a 5 out of 5 game. Like, it accomplishes exactly what it wants to do. It's a nice game to look at, especially for the time that it came out, and still holds up visually quite well. Its FPS runs at a really solid rate for a survival horror game. It does something new and something familiar at the same time. It keeps the survival horror genre, introduces new concepts to make the character or to make the player feel uneasy, while at the same time still making them feel powerful. As far as the actual gameplay is concerned, down points, or low points in it. I would say that as far as just low points in it, I would say magic is probably too powerful. Just the rate at which you get it, how often it's available to you, your ability to just spam it and make your way through everything in the game, with the exception of obviously that last boss I kind of had to swing a little bit. But if you're using your magic aggressively, and not even really abusing the magic system, like going to refresh it all the time, but just using it intelligently, you have plenty of magic to deal with any threat in the game. So, in that regard, it is kind of a downfall, but I'd still say that the positives of the game far outweigh the negatives when you're talking about gameplay design concepts. So, I don't know. It's tough to say. Like I said, either a 4 out of 5 or a 5 out of 5. And screw 0.5 rankings because those are BS. So, yeah. Still holds up extremely well. If you guys haven't played it, definitely recommend it. Especially if you're a fan of survival horror or just want kind of a different take on survival horror. Lots of cool stuff happening. So, as for the rest of kind of Spooky October, I will be playing Onimusha 2 and 3. And even though they are tentative dates, right now I have them scheduled for the Wednesday of the second week and the Wednesday of the third week, which will be Onimusha 2 and 3. I don't know if I'm going to do full playthroughs of them. As I mentioned, I haven't played those ones all the way through. I've only played maybe the first hour of Onimusha 2, if even that, and I've never touched Onimusha 3. But I will definitely give them a good 2-hour play, you know, kind of get an idea of where the direction that the series went after the first game, and kind of excited for that. Hopefully they kind of wrap up some of the loose ends in the first game as far as the story is concerned, and continue to refine the system of combat and of exploration. Lots of heart went into this game. It's fairly obvious. And I think they did a pretty good job of it. As for tomorrow, it's going to be Resident Evil 3 that I'm going to be playing. I don't know if I'm going to have anybody co-hosting with me, or if they're going to be playing the game instead of me. I don't know for sure. I think I am going to be the one playing it because I do have to be prepped in case it is the one that is selected for the 12-hour challenge. For those of you that are unfamiliar, I am currently doing a 12-hour speedrunning challenge where I am to basically route and or run a game that I've never run before. And I have to do it in 12 hours, basically. So I usually do it over a weekend. The weekend of the 13th, usually. And yeah, right now, kind of a tight race. So I'll be interested to see what emerges as the victor. Right now, as far as that's concerned, Resident Evil 3 is kind of in the lead, Silent Hill 2 is falling behind, and Kid Dracula in third. So yeah, I'll have to see where that goes. All right.